Alright, I can tell I have a viewer in my lobby right now. I was cleaning my mouse pad. Turns out I made it worse. It's now more sticky. I think it's because it's leather. Maybe I need to put some like pledge on it to make it slick. But essentially I need this felt stuff. You know what? I'm going to trade my mouse pad for another mouse pad. I've got another one in the spare bedroom. Give me just about 30 seconds. I'll be back. Bro, the difference in these two mouse pads, man. This one just glides, dude. It just glides. The mouse just moves is moving so much faster now. What the heck? Alright, so I'm gonna be a bad boy today. I don't know who's in the stream, but I got given these. I'm not sponsored by these people. These are my favorite snacks. I'm not sponsored by anybody. I should point that out. I don't produce enough content for people to sponsor me. But these are my favorite snacks. It's a childhood memory. I really like them with coffee, but it's already too late in the day. So I'm just going to eat them. And then we're going to get started on school. These are really good. They're so bad for you, but they're really good. Plus, the sugar will let me focus. All right, posted. Let's see if I can get anybody in my channel today. I don't think I actually have anybody in my channel. I think what I'm experiencing right now is streaming elements. God, this mouse pad feels so much better. Yeah, I don't have anybody in right now. Stop talking to nothing. That's okay. I can taste the sugar in this thing. How much sugar did I just eat? I've never bothered to check that. 50% my daily allowance. And that's just in the sugars they have listed. Let's see if they have fake sugar in here. Thank gum is fake sugar. Sucralose is fake sugar. Agar is fake sugar. Those won't be listed in the nutritional facts. I think that's it. It's got 3 forms of sugar in here. 4 if you include the regular sugar. I think guar gum is. I know agar is, and I know sucralose is. I think guar gum is. We got xanthan gum down here too. I think that's more like Karo than anything though. Alright. Let's get at this. I'm only going to be going at it for an hour today before I have to take a break. I have quite a bit of stuff going on at 12 o'clock. I've got the girlfriend calling at 12 for a normal lunch phone call, and then I'll be also selling a graphics card and discussing a trade. I think I'm going to trade for a little bitty motherboard, and I do mean little bitty, like it doesn't even look big enough to support a graphics card. And I'm going to trade for a monitor, $20, trade for $20, and I think a battery. I don't know, there was an awful lot going on yesterday. Email protocol. Uh,
One communication service.
there we go. Okay. In an enterprise setting, I feel weird today. Like I'm not all here, like my vision's not exactly great. Maybe I need to move this. Like, you don't want to move? I make you move. That does take the light off my eyes so bad. Now it's not directly overhead. Maybe I need to do something like this. Put it directly overhead. Yeah, that helps a little bit. Let's come just a hair back. There. That helps a little bit. I was having a problem with my eyes adjusting. I'm unable to adjust them properly. Maybe I need to step outside and look at the sun or something. Important for us to be able to configure email services for the company. To do this, you need to have a domain name set up for your company that you can use as your email domain, like devin@example.com. I'm going to split that up. To do this, you need to have a domain. Domain name, a domain name set up for your company. That you can use as your email. Like,
Then you
oh
create a
crap.
DNS record. One communication service that you're almost guaranteed to use today is email. We use email for a wide range of communication. In an enterprise setting, it's important for a sysadmin or a sole IT support specialist to be able to configure email services for the company. To do this, you need to have a domain name set up for your company that you can use as your email domain, like devin@example.com. When you send or receive
Dude, I have changed every filter in this house. I have dusted every area upstairs that I could think of. I've even turned my gym air purifier on full blast when I'm not in there and turned the ceiling fan on to circulate it so my upstairs system can grab it. And I'm still scratching the heck out of my nose. I don't know what else to eliminate pollen with, man. Maybe I just need to go outside and lick some pollen, you know? Ooh, my legs are sore.
Email, you want to use this email address. There are two ways to set up email for a company. The first is to run your own managed server.
There are two ways to set up email for a company. Shoot, that's an awful lot.
Using this option, you set up
Using this option, you set up the email server software oops, on a server, period, and you create a DNS record for your mail server, and you create mail server.
Up the email server software on a server. Then you create a DNS record for your mail server. There are
Remember that a record is used for uh, a record is used for host names. But for email servers, we use MX for the mail exchange record. I'm going to stop that there. Oh gosh. Shorty, please stay away from me. Meow, 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 meow. So tell all your friends.
different DNS records. Remember that the A record is used for host names, but for email servers, we use MX for the mail exchange record. Email server setup can be one of the most complicated servers to set up for a sysadmin. You have to get the email to actually work, protect your email addresses from spam, filter out viruses, and more. An alternative approach to setting up
Oh gosh. An alternative email server is to use an email server service provider is to use an email service provider like Google Suite. Okay.
Up your own email servers is to use an email service provider like Google Suite. These service providers allow you to create email
Allow to create email inboxes and more. For every user in your organization. Oh gosh.
inboxes and more by paying a monthly fee for every user in your organization. This
I don't know if that's important, but it seems important. Gmail webmail client.
ties you into the Gmail webmail client and allows
To access your email from anywhere. Ow. All caught up. I don't know why you have to include that. Allows you to access it from anywhere, as long as you're connected to the internet. Email is an internet mail service. I think I want it there. Yeah, email is an internet mail service. All right. As long as you're connected to the internet, whatever option you choose, you'll have to understand the difference between email protocols. Okay, we're gonna start there. Have to understand the difference. Hey Hex, how you doing? The You showed up a little late. Um, there's a big chance that come 12 o'clock I'm gonna be gone for about an hour. Uh, I can't remember if you've seen what was going on yesterday with me selling one of my graphics cards, but he's showing up today, and I've got it set up to come. I've got him set up to come over at 12:30, but he just texted me and told me that he's got to go to the bank first. So that's 30 minutes the other direction. So it's gonna take him another hour, so it'll be 1:30. So I'm like gonna get off uh, at 12, do my video chat, come back on for like 30 minutes, and then get off, do a deal with him, and then get back on for the rest of the day. So it'd be a lot of pausing. I'm sorry. There's a number I don't recognize. Let's see what they want. Hello? I guess they didn't want anything. They didn't say anything. Well, poo. I like answering unknown phone calls, unknown callers, especially if it's a scam call. Boy, I love scam calls. They're my favorite. The longer I can keep them tied up on the line, the better. Okay, no problem. Gotta do what you gotta do. I got calls I need to take anyways. Yeah, I'm actually quite mean to scam artists because I'll play in with them for a long time and before they finally figure out what's going on. And I was like, yeah, no, I kept you here 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes you didn't spend with some old lady robbing her of the rest of her money for the rest of her life. Screw 'em, man. I'm actually following these one people that are scam busters. They're hackers that come together and just bust whole corporations of scams. I've been watching some of his videos, man, and he flips the script on people. So you can go to like websites and stuff, which I've learned in here too, but I've seen it firsthand before. Like 123 Rescue Me. That's a pipeline straight to your computer, and from there they act like they're your computer. They control it, but you have to grant a whole bunch of permissions and stuff like that. But once you get in there, I didn't know that there's an option to switch the direction in which the control is, and he'll get him to that point, and then he'll initiate a command that'll switch the directions of the control, and he'll just steal all their information and then delete it all. And a lot of the times when he does that, he ends up getting like IDs and bank routings and account numbers and the names of the people they victimized, and he just has a lot of fun, man. I like watching him. I thoroughly like watching him. Next time I see one of those videos, I'll shoot him over to your way. It's this hacker who's just got like bright blue hair that just loves to screw with scam artists. Like that's his job. He screws with scam artists, sends the information to the authorities, and helps with arresting scam callers that are taking like thousands of dollars from people all the time. Just not everybody's got a brain, man. Just because you're born with one doesn't mean you got it.
You to access your email from anywhere, as long as you're connected to the internet. Whatever option you choose, you'll have to understand the differences between email protocols.
When you. Yeah, I'll send you some of those videos when I watch it. Especially if it's one of the ones where he gets payback. There's a couple times that he'll call them and mess with them and then just pop their name out of nowhere, and you can just feel the tension in the air when the entire line goes silent. And he's just like, just waiting. It's so great. You could just feel the fear that went boof, like, oh no. Is Habib there? Who's Habib? Who know Habib? Yeah, it is actually pretty cool. Those he said the social media is what helped him develop these bunch of hackers to give payback. Let's see if I can flip through and find one real quick. I can normally flip through my dad's stuff and find one with these. Let's go back up to these. There it is. YouTube.
Why if you're an alien. Meanwhile, I've got Warren Buffett's. We also have Bill Maher. It's called the Solstice Girl. A lease is not technically borrowing money. It's a lease. Have you know?
Not a single one, man. Give me all kinds of nonsense. I don't want.
You heard that right. Dr. Phil's. Oh yeah. So this man. Here's the. You won't believe.
There it is. This guy.
When this scammer finds us. Now, over the years, we've called a lot of scammers. Thanks for calling Cancellation Department. This is Peter Williams. And after a while, they start to get a little bit paranoid that we might just be wasting their time. I know that you're wasting my time. I am wasting your.
There's one of them. I need to like that video so I'll get more in it.
What happens when this scammer finds us?
That's fine. Let's look for.
Who are you? Did I get it right? Wait. Can you keep asking me questions. Can I ask you one thing?
That's not him.
Nancy Pelosi. If you're. I want to ask you. You know what the difference is? Bill Maher and Bill Burr get into it over. Bill Maher, I bet you does a great job.
Dang, I can't find him. I only
Imagine if every time.
I only found that one video, but this is him, but it's not a good video of it. This is where he gets hit back. But this is the guy, that blue-haired guy. It's scammer payback. Oh. I love watching those videos, man, because there was one video where he was talking about how, oh, Tiffany's taking lunch early. Yeah, I should be taking lunch early. So I'll be taking lunch early. There are lots of different email protocols out there, but we will do a rundown on the most common ones to hear about. There are a lot of email protocols out there. Out there. But we'll only do a rundown of the more common ones you hear about. You will or you hear about. Let's do it this way. Circle, circle, circle. POP3. Pop, Poppy? P O P 3. I am AP. I am AP. IMAP. That's IMAP. SMTP. Why does that look familiar? SMTP. Why does that look familiar?
When you set up your email accounts. There are lots of email protocols out there, but we'll only do a rundown of the more common ones you'll hear about: POP3, IMAP, and SMTP.
Called it. IMAP.
Post Office Protocol.
There she is. Alright, Hex. It's going to be an off and on thing for a minute, but I'll be back as soon as I'm done with this call. Be back shortly. Hey, yeah. How you doing, baby? Let me mute this. Oh, I don't know if I have anybody still in the lobby or not, but I'm back for a few minutes. I will be leaving in just a few minutes to make a sale and make a trade, but uh, he's now 15 minutes out. Hex, remind me in 5 minutes after I'm done writing this. I gotta get up and go get everything ready. Oh, goodness. Let me text him back. Nice. I will down in 5 to be ready to meet with you. All right. He will be here in 15. So when that says 12:31, I'm gonna have to go downstairs and get ready. That downloads. But thank you for welcoming me back, Hex. Email from an email server. Email from an email server. Meow meow. Meow meow. If you want to retrieve your email through POP, you can only view it from one device. Shoo.
Or POP version 3 is an email protocol that downloads email from an email server onto your local device. It then deletes the email from your email.
Onto, oops, your local device, and then deletes the onto your local device, and then deletes the email, and then deletes, yes, the email from well, that's awful convenient. Only view it from one device. Only view it from one device. I feel like it might be time after this video to switch pins. I feel like I've used up my blue one pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, my blue ink's almost out. It's moved quite a distance. I did write all of Module 1 and all of Module 2 in blue. Maybe when I get done with this video, I'll switch colors.
Server. If you want to retrieve your email through POP3, you can only view it from one device.
Dang it.
There are a few reasons why you might want to use POP3 to get your email. If you need to keep your email storage under a certain quota,
Let's take it there. Alright. Crud, man. I don't want to have to go downstairs to meet with him. Why does this have to be so complicated? He said he'd be here in 15. With speeds and traffic this time of day, he'll probably be here in just a short few minutes. Man. In all honesty, those flutter kicks really screwed up my hip flexors. And it sucks starting movement once it's been stopped. So I'm like regretting kicking as hard as I did yesterday. Oh, yeah, but it's worth it. If I keep up on my path and don't cheat real heavy, which I'm adjusting my nightly consumption, I've already told Tiffany I'm dead set on losing weight. It's got to happen. So I've adjusted my nightly consumption. I'm still taking in sugar, but at much smaller amounts. I'm taking like 2 Outshine popsicles that are not a whole lot of sugar. And I'm eating a couple boiled eggs. But last night while I was boiling eggs because I was out, I had 2 big old scoops of chunky peanut butter. And then I read the back of the chunky peanut butter, and I'd ingested 50% of my daily allowance in sugar in those 2 big scoops of chunky peanut butter. As well as like 500 calories in 2 big old scoops of chunky peanut butter. So I stayed still yesterday. I didn't lose any weight. As I'm eating it, and I get done, I'm finally looking. I was like, I wonder how much is actually in that. Because I don't really get chunky, I get creamy. So I look at the back of it and I was, oh, 190 per 2. He just said 5 minutes away. I gotta go. Hey, now, don't you tell me the same thing I tell you. I'm gonna do better. I've got eggs today. I'm not gonna eat protein or peanut butter. All right. Well, I'm heading downstairs. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the mic on, and I'm gonna leave my screen running. So you should be able to hear him in just a short amount of time. Oh, I'll see you guys soon. some of the parts came out of. When my brother passed, I took over his PC and I just maxed it out. Is what I done in memory of him. That's what I do all my schooling with. And then some of the other parts came out of this guy. And I upgraded it to Rapid Starter Appliances. Wouldn't make this work, but yes, plenty of room to game with Yeah, I just like tinkering and stuff. My buddy, he ended up like giving me a 6700K that he wasn't sure if it worked or not, and then I scoured eBay for like I tried to get the cheapest motherboard I could get, even if it was like damaged. I was like, let me try my repair skills out, and I mean, I repaired two boards. One of them had like a damaged RAM slot, anyways, so I couldn't do anything about it. But I got it. I fixed the bent pins in the socket and everything, and got it all working again. And nice. It was fun to mess around with. But yeah, this is just a super super budget build. I don't even think I've hit like
You have a
200
600?
bucks. Oh, I thought you said
Yeah,
used
no,
it,
no,
but
no, no, no. It'll no, yeah. I'm just gonna. I'm actually gonna use that i3 for this little small form factor case that I've got. I'm not the new motherboard, but I've got RAM and stuff, so I'll probably put that together. That'd be a fun one. Yeah, well, that's all yours. We've already discussed it. It was all up for grabs.
Yep.
And plus the other additional, I've got some more HDMI cables. I don't really have any of those video ones.
Yeah.
I got some VGAs.
I'm pretty good on cables, I'd say.
I got some spare heat sinks in there for the processor. Oh, do you have the cable connections for the graphics card?
I've got. Oh, you mean like the bills? Yeah.
Okay.
I should. I stayed in just because the power supply basically can't handle some of that.
It was what was required.
snacks in here. You guys will give me a second. I gotta go put this up. Let's see what I missed. I don't know what a Mobo is, but I just traded my graphics card, my spare one. Yeah, I got paid 20 bucks. A motherboard? Oh, I know it's a motherboard. I can tell that. I just don't know what. Oh, that's what you mean by Mobo. Oh, I'm sorry. You abbreviated it. It seems really different. There is no solid state accessibility, so I'll have to go straight up HDD. But it's got a lot of options, man. There's a lot of options on this. Here's some VRAM. I'm gonna Google this. I don't see a spot for SSD, but let's check it. Let's see what kind of trade I just did. For essentially P8Z77-1 Deluxe WD. Here it is. Ooh, nice. Holy crap. That's actually quite expensive. That's the exact thing, bro. Like, to the T. That's the exact thing. Wow, that's quite expensive. I guess my graphics card is also kind of expensive, but that's definitely it, though. Except mine's got a spot here that says Intel Ethernet, great capability, gigabyte LAN. It's got quite a few USB ports. This thing actually looks like it could be useful. I'm not sure what these buttons do. Oh, thank you, Jack. Yeah, this would be fun to play around with. I may build a custom box just for this thing. Make it a wood box, bro. Just don't press them when you plug it into a power supply unit. Oh, they'll break when you press down on them? No, I'll put supports and stuff in it. I know how to strip stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm going to take a picture of that. All right. Now I would rather not press the buttons when we don't know what the function. Oh yeah, I see what you mean now. You mean the buttons? Well, that takes all the fun out of it, Jack. Why can't I experiment, man? Like, surely it won't crash the whole system, right? Like this little button on the back ain't gonna. I don't know what they do. It does have a PCI Express. So let's go back and hit. There we go. Not a 16. What's the back of it? Okay. I'll probably need to download this before it's all said and done with. That's for my PCI Express. I know what my PCI Express is. Wait a minute. What are we doing here? Those are LED lights, but they're buttons. Oh, that's how I changed my LEDs, isn't it? Yeah, it says right on it. What's B flash? That's for my LEDs. Right there is where it's circled. That's that bottom piece. I'm gonna go ahead and download this. Yeah, I'm gonna download this so I know what's what. Oops, I hit print. Oh no. I don't see print showing up anywhere, so that's good. Alright, let's get back to school now that I'm done with that. I'm going to put this somewhere I won't break it. There's a switch here. I'll have to figure out what that switch does. Oh gosh. I downloaded it already, so go away. It's back. Yeah, it died for just a second. It does that every once in a while. It'll just die for just a split second, and then it's back.
Another benefit.
Yeah, it just does that. I don't know. I mean, I've always been one that considers the trade-off of what you want. So if I want super fast speeds like this, to me the trade-off is sometimes it'll just drop. I'm okay with that trade-off. As long as it doesn't happen frequently, like a whole bunch in one day. When it happens a whole bunch in one day, I don't really like that. I don't know anybody that would, though. We're paying for internet that we don't get to use. Another benefit of POP is privacy. Your email can only be seen from your local device. Oh yeah, Jack, I forgot to tell you, man. I am officially ahead of schedule finally. By doing these 8-hour days, I've pulled myself out of the gutter and I've managed to get ahead. I'm actually 3 days, 2 days ahead right now. Check this out. My next due date's not till the 26th. I finally got ahead. So all of this is extra work. If I can keep doing this every week, I have a feeling that I can finish this course in about the rest of it in about a month to a month and 1 week. I finally got ahead, dude. I was so happy. When I seen that and I checked my status after I took that test, that's what got me motivated to even start this thing and keep going till 6 last night. Because I was like, woo, 3 days ahead of schedule today. Let's go here.
Benefit of POP3 is privacy. Your email can only be seen from your local device. If storage limitations and security are a concern for you, you might want to consider using
Thank you,
POP3
sir.
over something like IMAP. Speak.
Internet message access protocol. Internet message access protocol. I'm running out of ink, Jack. What's up, Peter? How you doing, man? I was just telling Jack that as of yesterday, I am officially ahead of schedule. So doing these 6, 7, 8 hour days has finally put me ahead of schedule. I'm no longer fighting to get caught up. Hey, Jack. That's how much I got left of the blue guy. I started using the blue one whenever I started course 4. I'm on module 3, so 2 modules, 8 disc pen. After this video, I plan on changing colors. I can't change midway through. My brain won't let me. That's almost an empty boy, yeah. He's trying to be an empty boy. With my Jedi mind powers. This is not the word you want to write. This is not the day you want to die. God, I wish that's. You should see my collection of pins. Oh, goodness. Download emails. I think it's going to try to die on me before I get done, dude. Like, the level of ink just started disappearing. I think I'm going to have to go ahead and switch it, like, midway through. What was the last color we used? Was it red or was it purple? It was red. Okay, let's do purple. Yeah, let's do purple. It's got the most ink. It should last for the rest of this. Gonna have to be a hype man for the pen. Emails. Oh God, the difference in ink is night and day. From your... When I go to look back at this, it's gonna mess me up. I'm gonna be like, what the heck happened? Multiple devices. PLE. Yeah. Almost like a dying pen has less ink than a new one. I guess that was kind of silly, huh?
Speaking of, IMAP, or Internet Message Access Protocol, allows you to download emails from your email server onto multiple devices. It keeps your messages on the email.
I kept reading important. It keeps your message on the email server. It definitely wasn't intentional, but yeah, I enjoy nonsense as well. Bro, your life's too short to be serious all the time. I understand there's times when you gotta be serious, but I never really want to get serious. I always want to just joke around. This email protocol. I may actually be excited to go out shopping tomorrow with my father. One of the more popular. One of the more popular. Popular. Is there an E in that? No. Ways to retrieve email. IVE? IVE. Wait, IE? IEVE. Email. Oh my gosh, is my bot talking to its damn self? My bot's been over here talking to itself. Oh yeah, poop sniffer. Hey man, sometimes you just gotta sniff some poop. What are you doing judging people like that for? You never just had to sniff some poop? You made me snort, man. It's really popular. And they just keep coming. All right, where we going next? Last up is simple mail transfer. I knew I'd see a SMTP before. That's whenever we were doing transfer protocols back in course 2. Yeah, course 2 was networking.
Last
Simple mail transfer protocol. Mail transfer protocol. SMTP. SMTP. What? Perfect line. It's just me talking to myself again. Which is a protocol used for sending emails with POP3 and IMAP. A protocol Yeah, but I may have to adjust that thing. The problem is though, man, I don't know where's what. So the huge conspiracy, the suggestions, oops. Oh, all of those came from the same one. They just must have found the same timers. I got it set on intervals of 5 and 7. So 5, 7, 10, 12, 15, 17, stuff like that. Why can't I talk to my bot, man? You seem like you're just the fun police, man. What if I need expert advice and I'm the only one that I can trust? That that went sideways so fast. Used for sending. You just go be the fun police. I'll see you in 2 hours. Let's see how much me and my bot can talk together. Bro, I may set it up that way. Just randomly one day I'll ask a question and then I'll issue a command and it'll respond back. Wow. Sending emails while or with?
up is simple mail transfer protocol.
Oh, you about that conspiracy life? Let's hear it, Peter. Make it like the Magic 8 Ball? What's the Magic 8 Ball?
Protocol, or SMTP, which is a protocol used for sending emails. While POP3 and
There's a period there. Well, I know what a Magic 8 Ball is. Oh, you mean for me to get a Magic 8 Ball in and shake it and give you guys the answer? It's fine if you talk to yourself, blah blah. Nah, make it the Magic 8 Ball. Oh, I think I get what you're saying. A randomly generated answer. So I'll ask it a question and it'll give me an answer, and then I'll just run with it. You may have to walk me through that, Jack. Peter, I am interested about your conspiracies. I am a huge conspiracy nut. I don't know if you got a chance to hear me or not. I would love to hear which ones you have. and then I'll chime in on what I think about it or my own, depending on if I even know what you're talking about. Shake the black ball. Do you have conspiracies? I've got a bunch. I think the government literally is telling us the complete opposite of what they mean. I think if they tell you to look up, you should look down. I think if they tell you to jump, you should sit. Because like food, do you remember whenever I don't know how old you are, Peter, but I'm 36. I'll be 37 in like 2 months. And when I was growing up, it was the war on fat was how you got skinny. And then as I got older and did some research into nutrition, whenever I became a personal trainer, no, I don't trust NASA. NASA is literally deceiver in the Hebrew Bible. Uh, but whenever I studied nutrition and whenever I became a personal trainer, I figured out that fat is actually a requirement. You can live on just a straight fat and protein diet. It's got all the nutrition you need. On the flip side of that, sugar is the enemy. Whenever we started attacking big corporations and stuff, they're like, no, 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 it's not us. It's not us. It's the fat. Fat makes you fat. It makes sense, right? Fat makes you fat. When it's sugar, what they're trying to shove down our throats. Just like, what was that whole thing? It was something recent, man, and it had me so upset. I knew about the eclipse, the rockets with NASA. Um, so the war on any kind of food is, yeah, a lobby. But here's the biggest one. Body positivity, right? It's okay to be fat, be strong in your fat self. You're still sexy. Was funded by the Kellogg's Corporation, the people making us fat. Yes, sugar does do some things to you that allows you to become addicted to it and release those endorphins. But one of the downsides of sugar is your body's not meant to eat it a lot, and it looks an awful, especially processed sugar. Processed sugar looks just like shards of glass flowing through your bloodstream, just like shards of glass. So whenever you eat a whole bunch of sugar and you wonder why you wake up feeling like crap and your whole body's sore and you just feel like you've been hit by a freight train, it's because it's causing inflammation and damage in your body while it flows through it. Yes, what Jack said. Love your body while you're nasty. Don't get me wrong, I understand people fluctuate in weight. But buddy, if you're 400 pounds sitting on your butt just complaining about your next meal when you just had something 2 hours ago and all you can eat is nachos and cheese because that's you're just a picky eater, you need to get the fuck over yourself. Go out there and pick up. Well, I actually broccoli should not. Yeah, your joints and your heart, nothing like sugar. As a matter of fact, sugar is actually only meant to be consumed by us naturally, and only in the early hours and only one time a year. Well, one season a year. When it sprouts. Unless you live in that environment, you shouldn't be eating it. Well, mainly, and I do mean this as the main point, NASA was originally established as deep sea exploration, and one day they just got the fuck out of it and shot towards space. 80% of the deep sea has not been explored. So, with that being said, also NASA means to deceive or beguile in the Hebrew tongue, and not to mention that whenever they dipped out, they gave us no reason why. Just we got to get to space. Okay, so you were exploring the ocean, and then you're just like, nah. NASA also has control of all of the Antarctic stuff, no matter what everybody says. It's not all these nations coming in. Antarctica is something special. And I think what they found is in Antarctica. I think that's where it's being housed. But I don't trust NASA because they're all liars. All of them. I don't have any opinions on the moon landing, mainly because I don't know if it's true or false. I can't find enough information out about it, so I'm not going to have an opinion about it. But I can tell you NASA shot 3 rockets at the sun during the April 8th eclipse. Those 3 rockets were named Project Deities, or Serpent Deity, after the sun god Ra, who is project or was just the serpent deity's nemesis. While we were having an eclipse, quote unquote, they shot 3 rockets at the sun. rockets named after his nemesis, the god Ra of the sun. Shot 3 rockets at it. Why? Why didn't we know about it? Why did they not announce it? I don't have any trust in NASA. I don't have any trust in the government. I think they're all up to nefarious means in their own way, especially considering the Rothschilds and the uh, Vanguards and all those BlackRock companies and all those people up in the head honchos. Let's focus on the Rothschilds. It was a Rockefeller. Let's focus on the Rockefellers, one of the people that run the world. Rockefeller himself established our education system and helped establish and build the United States government and stuff like that. The Federal Reserve, they've had their hands in everything. And back whenever they were first getting all this going, they interviewed one guy, and he is quoted to have said, "I am not in the business of a nation of thinkers. I'm in the business of a nation of workers." He's the guy that controlled our school system. And like everybody that went to public schools, we're all trained to be good little workers. I am done being a good little worker. This job is going to be my last job. And I'm going to set myself up to be as self sufficient as possible with all the things I've learned through my life on how to irrigate, farm, uh, raise animals. Um, oh, speaking of Nazis, since you brought that up, I seen something recent. I haven't done a whole lot of research into it, but it does sound like something Hitler would have done since he was a meth head from hell. Um, so I seen some things about it. It was actually a couple videos about back whenever World War II was going on, and they're doing all the invasions and stuff. They're partnered up with this one company, and they're all for the Nazis. They're helping fund them and stuff like that. And he kindly requested for like 150, I think it was, women. And after a few months had passed, after he had sent them, they get back in contact with him and say, "Thank you very much kindly for the 150 women you have provided. Unfortunately, none of them made it through the first stage of trials. Could you kindly send us another 150?" And of course, Hitler agreed. And the end of that video was that company grew up to become Bayer. There's another thing that's really got me triggered too, and it's on healthcare. So I believe frequencies, just vibrations in general, your mindset, it could be true or false. Anytime I don't do a lot of research into something, I'll let you know right at the rip. I've just seen the video a couple times. Yeah, that's a conspiracy I've also heard. I can't find any information to validate that, but I can tell you that a meth head, ex-meth head, is not in the business of offing ourselves. We're in the business of offing other people before we die. I was a meth head for 10 years, broke the habit just January 7th, 2019. I'm running on 5.5 years sober. Meth heads don't kill themselves. We'll kill you, but we won't kill ourselves. So I can believe that. There used to be a video up until the time I started trying to tell people about it, about Hitler and the I think it's a World Yankees or a World Baseball Cup game with the Yankees, and he's just rocking violently back and forth in his seat because he's so high off meth. Oh, so you know what I'm talking about? Yes, just so violently rocking back and forth, man. When my buddy, I'm from Crossville, Tennessee, and one of my friends I grew up with for a long time. He's been there since before I was even born. Actually, he's 2 days younger, or 2 days, yeah, 2 days younger than me. And his mom and my mom were friends when they were pregnant with us. But his name's Sean. Uh, I was actually hanging out with him one day. He's a big Nazi fanatic and whatnot, and he showed me that video. It's like, no way, man. This is back before I knew meth was invented back then. This is like way early. I think I might have been like 16, maybe 17. I was pretty young. It's been about 20 years ago. I'm always interested in conspiracy theories though. So I'm gonna have to look into that one. I've heard about it, but I haven't really done any looking into it. But back to what I was saying about frequencies and stuff. So I think all the ancient world used to use frequencies and light and just the earth to do what they needed it to do. And they pulled from the earth, they used the earth, they were part of the earth. And in exchange, they were living much longer. I mean, if you're a Christian person, you can look back in the Bible and see stuff about like 800 years as your typical lifespan. People used to be a lot bigger. There's proof of that everywhere. So, with all that being said, we've taken vibrational frequencies out of everything except the negative ones. All the low frequencies like TVs, Wi-Fi, things like that, radio frequencies. They're all low frequencies. They're not really high enough to do stuff for us. So I've been kind of researching frequencies and the effects that they can do for you. Frequencies can levitate. Frequencies can grow. Frequencies can, when I say grow, I mean promote growth. Frequencies in plants can promote growth. Okay, let's get off that topic. Let's go to a real one. There's a dentist out in the world right now. I've seen multiple videos of him. He's got this little bitty device. And what this little bitty device does is when you lose a tooth, he puts it in your mouth on top of the missing tooth and puts frequencies through it, and your body grows a new tooth. Radio frequencies aren't as bad as 4 and 5G frequencies. The 4 and 5G frequencies, I think, there's something else going on there because they're doing little pulses with it. In general, the frequency for 4G and 5G is actually not that strong compared to like radio frequencies. Actually, I think I got that backwards. I think they operate on the what frequency does 5G operate on? I'm sure I misspelled a bunch. 450. So that's actually a lot. So 5G is a lot. And I think radio towers don't operate very high. See, do radio towers use? Yeah. No. So it is radio towers that are higher. Megahertz? I know AM frequencies are a lot of voltage. You can stick a piece of plant life to it and it'll generate the sound it's trying to promote, of course, by destroying it. Oh, there's no worries with that. You'll distract me every day, all day, but that's okay. I like to be distracted. While I'm being distracted, let's look at that video I was just telling you about. It's a guy regrowing teeth using frequency. Little bitty blue device. It's got all kinds of proof. There's videos everywhere, but here it is. No, that's to here we go. Frequency. That's another video. I'm trying to look for the documentation on tooth movement. That's another video. I don't want the damn video. These are all videos. Let's go back into it. Let's see if this is it. No, it's about crowding. Is this it? I don't think it's ultrasound. It may be. No. I got all the videos. No, it's a new device that's going around. It's just this little bitty blue thing that he puts in your mouth, and it'll grow a single tooth. It'll start the growth process. He'll have to come and implement treatments. I watched a lot of the videos when they first hit, but he's using frequencies doing it. And one of the videos I watched was talking about this machine that used to be back in the 1980s that was in everybody's homes that was supposed to help you get over being sick and help you when you feel a cold to get over it quick. If you're feeling fatigued, it's supposed to help with fatigue. If your mind's clouded, it's supposed to help with mind. It's all these different frequencies. It's a big frequency machine. And he said he got his idea for it through that machine, and then he just built his own. And he can regrow teeth. It takes time because he has to implement the frequencies into you over a period of time. But your body, it'll tell your body to regrow your own teeth. It's pretty cool. Frequencies are able to do that if you listen to the right frequencies. Let's say Plant Life. There was an experiment done with Plant Life where this dude played all the good positive frequencies like Beethoven and stuff to his plant life, and it grew a crazy amount by just doing that. All he changed was played frequencies to it, Beethoven, and stuff that the hertz in there were much higher. The lower the vibrational frequency, the worse for you it is. The higher, the better. But levitation, stuff like that, if you look into bees, they got a bunch of ideas for bees, but this is my favorite one on levitation. Bees' wings are too small to support their body. If you went to school and you studied class, you know that the bee's wings are not large enough to support its large size. And then whenever I went to school, they tried to accommodate that to its clumsiness. And then as I got a little bit older, they said, "Oh, he's developing, little tornadoes underneath him, and that's how he gets around. They flap so quick they develop little tornadoes." No, absolutely not. That's not really how it goes. The bee starts flapping its wings to a frequency until it gets this tube that's connected to its wings in its body vibrating at the same frequency. And once that frequency has been met, he reaches a state of levitation because he's matched the frequency of the air. That's why they're clumsy, because they're just floating around, bro. They're flapping to keep the vibration going in that hollow tube down their body, but essentially they're floating. That's the that's the perfect example I can use for frequencies using actual creatures, wildlife. Now you'll see a bunch of nonsense if you go to looking into bees about tornadoes underneath their wings or no, not necessarily. What it does is it creates a state of with the air. So little movements will move it around. So the form of levitation it does is just like a floating form. It matches the air and becomes like one with the air. Let's see if I can find it. How do bees fly using levitation frequency? Yeah, I'm not believing that bullshit. No, that's Quora. I don't trust Quora either. The flight mechanism. No, those are all videos. What's up, Stiggy? We're talking about how bees fly. It's not acoustic levitation, it's vibrational levitation. But I'm finding all these false reports, and go figure, it's all the main medias that's reporting it. Anything that says false, YouTube, main media. Quora, main media, false. I'm gonna have to just look at a video. I don't think they use acoustic, man. I'm pretty sure they use frequencies.
In natural law, there's only one law, and that's you either know or you don't know. There's no guesswork. It's like you know when you're hungry, you know when you want to sleep, you know when you want to go to the restroom. These are knowing. These are all natural knowingness. It has a great deal of difference from the synthetic or invented system of guesswork, of belief, if you will. You can believe this, but somebody can come along and get you to disbelieve it, and vice versa.
So my thought on that is they pumped water into sand to move them around. Because they were surrounded by sand. So if you pump water, or not water, I'm so sorry, air, not water. If you pump air into sand and you keep the flow of it consistent, the sand turns into water, and you can move stuff in it just like you would water, and it has resistance just like it does on water. So I think they cut the pieces, and then to move them, they just turned the sand into water. When you put a big old block in the water, once you get it up, get it off of its structure, you can move it around. So a couple people to pull it. Now to get it up, I don't know how they done it. I think vibrational frequencies, because this is about to tell you, I'm pretty sure that they use vibrational frequencies to lift. I don't think they figured it out, man. To be honest, I think they were told. I'm also an alien conspiracy theorist, and we have chunks of junk in our DNA that doesn't make sense. And there's this theory that the Anunnaki came with the original gods and started branching us off and inserting their own DNA into us to make us their own kind. And that would explain that chunk of junk that we got in us. It would also explain the massive size difference from like the what we were supposedly called and how long supposedly tall and how long we supposedly used to live. I have not. But anything that's trying to give me information that's been documented and put out for the public to watch, like a Netflix place, seems a little falsified, if you ask me. Some of it can be truthful, but let's take. I watched one just recently, man. It was one that just came out that was really scientific about something. And they were talking about the human body and how DNA is a microbe. It's just a piece of bacteria. No, the fuck it's not. It's made out of pieces of genetic material of bacteria, but that doesn't make it a microbe. It's made out of the genetic material. They like to twist words. They like to twist words.
So you go around and around and around all your life sometimes for some people and never seem to get anywhere until you stand up and look into natural law, which is either you know or you don't know. And if you don't know, then you proceed along.
So do you believe in Tartaria? I may check it out now that you've said that. But do you believe in Tartaria? It was uh, it was a mass chunk of land that used to be on maps all the way up until the 1850s. 1850s. I think it was the 1850s they took Tartaria out. You ever heard of that? Tartaria. Tartaria. So here's the kicker. The whole conspiracy around Tartaria. This is Tartaria. The whole conspiracy around Tartaria is that it was this super nation, and all these places were bordered off, and that Great Wall. Wait, Tartaria's Great Wall of China. So Tartaria used to have the Great Wall of China attached to it. Russia, yeah, Tartaria. China, Siberia, Russia, Tartaria. Can I look at this? Okay, there's Tartaria. And then you see this big old wall. Is that the wall? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the whole conspiracy is Tartaria was the advanced civilization that was there before us. And supposedly a mud flood happened, just like the great flood in the Bible, but instead of it being water, it was mud. And it petrified all this stuff and covered it up. They keep uncovering buildings underneath the dirt. Like the buildings people are living in are actually much lower underneath the earth. And that just coincides with it. But the biggest proof of Tartaria is if you look at the Great Wall of China. Supposedly Tartaria's wall, or the Great Wall of China, was Tartaria's wall to keep China out. And if you look at the Great Wall of China, the area where you stand and shoot arrows at is facing the wrong direction. You would be aiming arrows at China, not away from China, which leads everybody to believe that this Tartaria thing is also factual, and that somewhere along the lines they got rid of Tartaria. We'll pick back up on the bees later. I just leave that there. I gotta pee soon, and I gotta get this rope before I pee. Yeah, I do all kinds of crazy searches and stuff. I am a complete believer that anything the anybody high up tells you is wrong, almost to the point that the complete opposite is what's actually correct. So again, if somebody says look up, look down, I can talk about this for hours. The girlfriend hates it, man, because I'm a conspiracy theory nut. Because I can piece things together, and a lot of things make sense. Like, don't get me wrong. I think now I am a Christian. I should make mention of this. I am a Christian. God actually saved me. Going finding religion and finding God specifically was what saved me from my addiction. I was a bad person. Um, so I am a Christian. But I also, let me rephrase this. The Old Testament would talk, or the book itself would talk about a firmament and stuff like that. But I think that it's been worded differently from the people who's translated it to where we've got the firmament. I don't think flat Earth is real, but I think that there's a lot more on the Earth they're not telling us about. I also think the ice wall is real, but it's not. When you look at a NASA picture of the Earth, it's just a small section, but it looks like the whole thing. I think they're purposely doing that so we can't get the grand scope of everything. I think there's more land out past the ice wall, but I don't believe we're on a flat surface. That's stupid. We're on a giant ball of magma. We could not have a magnetic current if we didn't have something inside us generating that, or molten core. So I think we're round, but I think there's a lot of stuff past us. In the Bible, it says we're essentially flat with a firmament over top as in heaven, as so on earth, stuff like that. So I also think, and this is really weird to say, but I think space is, or not space, planets are balls of luminous heavenly bodies. I think they're portals. If you look at it with an actual high grade telescope, it looks like you're staring at a ball of energy. But if you look at pictures, they look solid. They have to use all kinds of different imagings just to get the pictures we look at. Retrieve email. That's really only one email protocol for sending email. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mark this off. I also believe that aliens are probably here on Earth with us. We just don't know it because they're good at hiding. They're good at disguising. I don't think they're walking among us. I'm gonna go ahead and make that clear. Until proven otherwise, I don't think they are. Oh, I did that wrong. Call. I don't think they're walking among us, but I do think they're here, and I think there was another video I'd seen about the Antarctic Treaty right around the time Roosevelt signed it, that he was visited by some aliens. Wait, that's really protocol. Oops, 4. He was visited by aliens whenever they detonated the first nuclear bomb, and then all the countries came together and signed an agreement, the um, Antarctic Treaty, to have one place for them to do their experimentations, and they were allowed to abduct from national parks only, and they would have Antarctica to do their experiments and teach us their tech. I've seen a couple videos that say that, and right around and the Antarctic Treaty. Let's go back to that. Antarctica. There's something about it. There's been a blob leaf there on 3 different. Yes, I've seen the Tic Tac UFO. I've also seen the one that looked like a drone that was moving kind of frantically earlier this year. I believe that one to be an angel. Angels are aliens in my head because it represents one perfectly. It had wings and one giant eyeball right in the middle of it that was looking. It represents one of the angels. I also don't believe angels look human. I believe that some angels may, but for the most part, angels were developed as means of war, especially archangels, and they're not going to be pretty. All right, finally done with this video. I'm going to get up for just a second and go pee. I'll be right back to talk some more about this. Please give me some more stuff to talk about. I personally believe it's high-tech military drones. So there's a new, it's a new remote control car that uses some form of, it's a balancing mechanism, is what it is. But it's this thing that's spinning, and it's spinning in a direction, and it just kind of moves with it and keeps it level. And it's a remote control car that goes up to this wall, gets up it, and then just runs it. So that same technology is what was used in the first UFO that the government ever built. It's that spinning stuff. And then you just have these little propulsions to move it where you need to, and it just keeps it level. I'll show you that one. Remote control car with gyroscope for running on a wall. Videos. Is that one? That looks like it. That's not it. That looks like it though.
This funky little remote control car has a very cool trick up its sleeve.
No, that's got a propeller on it. There's a small version. I don't want the small version. I want to see the underneath. Remote control car with that goes up wall. Is this thing? No. No, it's transformer. There's him installing a gyroscope in it. It looks like just an exposed one. Let's see if this one's it.
Now let's go ahead. Fire the car back up. Okay, is it steering? Right is right, left is left. Okay. Now, is the gyro working? Yes. Now let's go ahead and turn up our knob all the way. Way more sensitive. Turn our knob.
That's not it either. Dang it. Man, I can't find it. Now I feel silly. Remote control car that goes up. Oh, all? That's the little one. Of course you can buy these little ones, but somebody made a big one, and it was so wild looking. These little ones, of course, we know they can do it. No, it didn't quite look like that. It was two-wheeled. Yeah, I can't find it. But it could be. Those little drones that the military's putting out, they're reverse engineering all the alien tech. That keeps crashing. That keeps crashing. They're not very good at driving. And the whole conspiracy on that is that they use those whole space altering technologies. So like essentially those gyroscopes are just going right there and they're altering space to move around.
IMAP and other protocols can be used to retrieve email. There's really only one email
Same
protocol for
concept as a
sending
hyperdrive is what I'm
SMTP.
speaking of. One that
So
allows
there are
the
lots
thing
of
to
different
move
email
around you.
protocols that can be implemented depending on the email software you choose. Email service is critical for any organization. Companies need to be able to contact clients and business partners and communicate internally. If you work in an IT support specialist role where you're handling system
Speaking of flying, I'm actually in the middle of looking up how to build my own electric flying car. It's mine and my dad's project right now. We're going to build an electric flying car. I've already sent him these videos. So it's just kind of funny. You say don't drink and drive, or don't drink and fly. I don't drink, but I am actively thinking about either this or an exoskeleton. That's a car. Where's my exoskeletons? Or blueprints to an exoskeleton. Yeah, no, for real. Me and my dad are talking about this. I've been looking into magnetic generators. Yeah, it's this. They call them the Jetson One, but here's the people that made it. E-Volts. They're called the Jetson One. Here, I'll just show you the actual. There's how big it is. It's huge, and that's Model One. This is skip. This is the
On
actual.
January 10th, 2024, the digital dollar trap was set. If you have 50K or more sitting in the bank,
You know, engineering is pretty hard.
There it is.
But you get to build whatever the you want.
There it is, fully complete. Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to bond when I was a child because I was so spun out so early. He got me a car, but I essentially threw it together myself instead of building it with him. So this is going to be our first project together. He's also bringing me a book on electricity. I want to learn a lot about electricity. I'm trying to learn magnetic energy and the magnetic fields and everything that goes into it and how to convert energy. I've learned Ohm's law. It's basically just one multiplication and two divisions to get whatever you're trying to go for. Ohms, volts, whatever you're trying to achieve, current. But yeah, this is one of our projects. And then I would like to do this one on my own because I want to make my own customizations. So these are all little blueprints to build stuff. You can just click it, go through the blueprints and build it yourself. I've been a Gundam fan my entire life. When we're talking anime, that was my first one that I fell in love with when I finally fell into love with anime, aside from, you know, your typical. I wish I could be, man. I wish I could be, but that requires me to be really charismatic while also having millions of dollars. And I have that much monies to my name. That's a single 20. That much monies. But I am interested in this stuff. So this is what I'm doing now is setting me up to be able to do a lot more technical things. I'd like to be a engineer before it's all said and done with. Have the ability to just create whatever I want after I get done learning how to code, learning the IT side of stuff, like the computer stuff. Back when my brother was alive, he was my computer guy, and I was the builder. I was the mechanic, the maintenance. And then he passed last year, so now I have to pick up his slack, and I have to learn the technical side of stuff. It's been my dream to build a Gundam since I was, I want to say 12 or 13, man. Death Scythe the Hell was the first one I wanted to build, but I know that's impossible. I don't know cloaking technology. I don't know how to do all that stuff. The only thing I can think of is to shoot back and record everything behind you and just put it to a front placing or a front placed display, but then it'll break pretty easily. Displays are easy to break, so your stealth tech would be unusable after the first battle. It seems like I don't know how to do all that. Yes, yes, Gundams are the Japanese Transformers. Yeah, that's probably the best reference I think I've ever heard to Gundam. I like to refer it to as just huge robots. But yeah, you're right. It's like Transformers, but you can pilot a Gundam. You can't pilot a Transformer, I don't think. I don't know. I haven't watched Transformers that much. I don't think you can drive one, can you? Can you pilot a Transformer? I think they're sentient. You can't pilot them. One of the downsides to me being me, Peter, is I have a severe case of ADHD. I've already told you, I think. The only person I've ever met in my life with a worse case than myself is my old friend from my old town. It was actually my brother's friend. He was so annoying, but we all liked him. Named Dustin. He's the only person in my entire life that I've heard the E part in ADHD. So kind of similar. So kind of similar, yeah. Okay. What if I? How is hosting your own mail service not the best option for deployment? I won't get more value out of using a hosted mail service. It'll be it'll become easily accessible, but I won't get more value out of it. I'll get more value if I build it. Something else I'm interested in is superconductors too. I got to learn a little bit about superheat and subcool while I was in my HVAC classes, getting all licensed up for that. Um, but you can essentially create it's a magnetic lock is what it is. It's a superconductor around a strong magnet, and I think you have to keep the superconductor iced over. Yeah, you have to keep it subcooled, and then a magnet will lock in place, and it won't require to be like anything in between of it or a certain distance. Once it gets there and you let go of it, that's where it's at, no matter where you move it. That's something I'm interested in learning about as well. Superheat, subcools, superconductors, just how they all go together. I think I may have lost Stiggy in the process of chit-chatting. Yeah, I lost Stiggy, it looks like. Oh, nah, probably not. He's in, I think his time zone is like 13 hours ahead of us. So it's probably like, I think it was 11. It might be 11. So it might be like 3 a.m. where he's at now. Stiggy's, overseas. I don't know where you're from. I've only chatted these few times. Most of my viewers are from the United States, but I got a couple that pop in that are from overseas, and I super appreciate Stiggy. He's in IT. No, it's not Austria. It's not Australia. He's in. Oh man, when he told me the name, I thought of the blonde kids. I think he's in Norwegia or. Hmm. I don't really know where he's at. I know it's way overseas. When he told me the name, I thought of the people that come out of that region are normally tall with blonde hair and white skin. Uh, Norwegian is what yeah, Norway. That's what I keep thinking in my head, but my brain's telling me I'm wrong. I don't know. I'll ask him next time he comes in. I'll just write it down. But I know his time difference is drastic. When he gets on, it's severely late at night or early in the morning of the next day. It might be Norway. I wonder what the time difference between here and Norway is. Yeah, Netherlands. That might be why my brain was screwing with me. I think he's from the Netherlands. I don't want that. Go away. Oh, you're Netherlands as well? What time is it where you're at? Or maybe you're the one that told me that and I'm screwing it up. Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna need to read that part. No, it wouldn't be it then. I might have been confusing you with him. His time's always real late at night, early morning when he gets on my stream. He might be Australia. So do you have any more conspiracies you're interested in? Or just any that's piqued your interest? Yeah, he's from Earth. I like that. I'm fine with sensitivity. As long as you're not directly trying to abuse anybody. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Dude, America's so screwed up right now. Again, I hate our government. They're trying to poison and kill us. So that protocol is what's required to send, but I've got all these other ones to receive. POP3 and IMAP. Please excuse my language. I'm trying to clean it up. I don't mean to cuss every once in a while. For a long time, I didn't. And then when my brother died, I kind of let go of a lot of my disciplines, and it's landed in this. Still fighting my nicotine addiction. I picked back up when he died. Still fighting my cursing addiction and my anger addiction since he's died. Well, there's a couple conspiracies surrounding that. One of the conspiracies is it was a planned attack to hide I think it was billions. Yeah, so that goes along with what I'm about to tell you to steal other resources. So one of the conspiracies is so there's a big court case that happened just before the Twin Towers got bombed, and it was over money that was missing that had been transferred out of that building. Well, not that building, the one directly associated with it that it fell on. Um, they were trying to find money, and it was getting close to time for them to come get it. They were about to issue a warrant to come get the files and stuff. So they secured, people to act as the terrorists, and then took down the World Trade Center to cover the track. It was supposed to be like billions or trillions or something that was just missing. Uh, with that being said, the missing money went to paying off overseas people from the conspiracy heads. Went to paying off conspiracy people for the resources that we were trying to get over there. There's another one involving resources here in America that it was all over because we were over there taking the resources. They wanted to lash out, and the government paid them to do it so they could collect on the insurance for the World Trade Center. There's another one saying that the reason why they hit the way they hit and the bombs were stationed the way they were bombed was because they were trying to take out specific individuals. That's another conspiracy. It's also a well-known documentation that the government does that quite frequently. Let's take the Titanic, for example. All the head honchos that were against the Federal Reserve in America being constructed were on that vessel, including J.P. Morgan and some of the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. And at the last minute, all those guys got off, and then the Titanic sunk. And then they met up where they were supposed to be and went ahead and established the Federal Reserve. There's a bunch of stuff with the government, man. So you think the Bush administration took down the trade centers using Al Qaeda to have a reason to invade the Middle East, not Middle Earth. We're not in Mordor, and steal their resources. Okay, so that's probably factual. Most of our stuff is imported out. There's probably some truth to it, if I'm being honest, because we do rely on other countries so frequently. But there could also... Okay, cool. So if we're talking about what we believe, I believe the missing money one, the conspiracy surrounding the missing money. Spam? What do you mean spam? You thought they did it for spam? Oh, that's stupid. I'm not paying attention. I am not paying attention. I was in the middle of starting to read that when we got distracted on the World Trade Centers. Do you have any conspiracy theories you would like to discuss, leftovers, while we're on the subject? User productivity services agreement and licensing. User... Wait, productivity. You do? All right, let's hear them. Productivity services. Hey, you Hex. We're talking conspiracies. You want to chime in? Mints and license. Meow, meow, meow. Well, that wasn't a straight line. Heck yeah, man. I like it when we get on stuff like this. Okay. What is the second branch of the CIA? You know what? Instead of asking you, let me look for myself. Oh. You mean this one? The DC? That's the second time I've seen that. It was also up here. I'm gonna copy that. Oh, no way. I don't know if Peter can see what Leftovers is saying since it's from two different platforms. Right there it was. That's this. That's a different date than I just read. What does that mean? Promotes dialogue among different sectors of society. What am I doing? Okay. Oh, shoot, I'm missing it. So that's what I'm reading too. Oh, you can read them. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I'm reading too. That's why I copied that word and asked it directly. It sounded an awful lot like they were trying to control our thought pattern, which was Project Gateway? No, crap, what was it? Yeah, Project Gateway with the Gateway Handbook. They were trying to teach people how to do stuff with their mind to influence people. The CIA released it, Project Gateway. It's the Gateway Experience Workbook. But it's funny how it's in specifically labor and business. The support and participation of the two major American political parties, labor and business, and other U.S. private sector groups. is fostering cooperation with those abroad dedicated to the cultural values, institutions, and organizations of dem- democratic pluralism. What is that? Not fewer than 13. That's funny. Huh. Ned funds programs that nourish a strong democratic civic culture, including support for publications and other communications media and training programs for journalists. The production and dissemination of books and other materials to strengthen popular understanding and intellectual advocacy of democracy and programs of democratic education. Why didn't it tell me the countries? A modest portion of Ned's resources is reserved for research, including studies of particular regions or countries where Ned has a special interest. So Antarctica. Okay, I support number one. Individuals who are trying to get democratic ends, they're trying to establish a democracy. I support number one. I like number four, does not overlap with what others are doing well. Purpose a program that is not only culturally or intellectually appealing, but will affect the education and the awareness of majorities and or the less privileged members of society. Are we not living in a democracy? Wait a minute. Incorporates an analysis of the problem of democracy in the area in question and in the methods by which the proposed program will have a constructive impact on the problem. In the area in question. I don't care about the funding. That's that's not good. That's what that is. That's not good. Uh, uh, I don't want the press release. Dude, this is not good is what it is. It's not good at all. That's not good at all. I gotta pee. You guys got me distracted and I missed my 2 o'clock pee. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, no, I always do that. One of the side effects of ADHD is hyperfixation. Get me interested in a topic, especially corruption. The more about corruption, the better. The more I know about corruption, the better. Because meth, after using it for 10 years, left me very paranoid. So I don't trust anything at all. And I don't think the government's for us. I think they're against us. I seen a interview with a supposed whistleblower for the CIA talking about that they've been in contact with aliens before through communications well before they actually met with them. And one of the communications they overheard was them talking about us. And the way they worded us scares me slightly. They worded us as containers. What does that mean? Containers for what? Are we a source of food? Is it our soul you want? the experiences we go through. What are we containers for? All right. My little break was fun, but let's get back to reading. How do? I don't remember the name, but I remember when that happened. That's not placed right. They're still doing it to this day. If you say too many things in a row, you'll be recorded for like an entire year. So, like, if I was on a phone call, heck, this may even do it. Who cares? If you're ever on a phone call with somebody and you use the words like president, shot, or dead, or White House, or all those words, if you ever use all those words running into a sentence, they will immediately flag you and start recording your conversations from then on out for a long time until they feel justified in the answer that they have gotten back from you that you're not actually going to do those. So by me saying that on stream, it could have triggered something on the internet, and now they're probably going to be watching my stream for a while. Heck yeah to the viewers. That's another thing I've been interested in too as well. Migrating to another country, but I will probably migrate to Japan just because I'm a big old child. Yeah, probably. I'll probably be being watched now. All because I said those 4 words in one sentence. There's a whole list of words that you're not supposed to say running together, and the majority of them involve somebody high up in democracy. It involves violence. It involves your plan, whether it is to unalive somebody or not. I'm not going to say that. Let's just say kill. They're probably already recording me. Who cares? Uh, those words like that all run together will trigger a program to start recording you. Now, fun fact: 1 out of every phone call in the United States is recorded. I don't know if there's anybody on here that doesn't know how to deal with spam, but if it doesn't make sense, don't do it. So if out of nowhere just like I get a text, oh, my Amazon package can't be delivered, look at your Amazon account. See if it has been. Call Amazon. Don't click that link. I love the call spam or robocalls. Wait a minute. I wonder how many times I've been sold on the black market because I answer all spam calls. I don't care who you are. I'll talk to you. The longer I hold you up talking to you about nonsense, the less money and time you have to take from some woman who that's all she's got left. That old phrase, you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I like to be the villain. I like to be the bad guy in their way because no person in this world wants a good person because a good person would be a pushover. I answer everything. If my phone rings and I see it, I'll answer it. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a spam caller. I don't care if you're calling to cuss me out. I'll answer it. If you call my phone, I'll answer it. Let's talk. Now, after a few phone calls of the same thing within a short distance, I'll probably stop answering. But 150,000 per day. Well, that's useful information. Let's get this. Uh, okay. Well, that was a whole bunch of information I didn't really understand. Am I gonna have to do this? Set up email servers? And then I gotta download all this stuff that should already be there? What was that about? Oh, that's for that board. I forgot to thank Jack for that. That's for Google Workspace. I'm not interested in Google Workspace. Okay, Hex. Register my phone. Fun fact, do you guys know what the word register means? This is another little bit of a conspiracy because we have to register anything. Do you see that? These right here. By law, register means to voluntarily sign over for safekeeping Abandoning complete ownership for partial, the item. So when we register our guns, we're turning them over to the government. When we register our cars, we're turning them over to the government. When we register our houses, our cell phones, our license, when we sign to have to pay for all that, we're turning it all over. When I figured out that's what that word meant, I was on fire. Because that's not what they taught me in school. I can't stress enough that I'm not going to be putting my child through school, public school. He will learn what he or she needs to know to become a self-sufficient adult. One that doesn't rely on the government for, I'm not copying that, that's too much. One that doesn't rely on the government for anything.
In any
The software that employees need to do their job is the software, then IT supports. Huh? Huh?
organization, the software that employees need to do their job is the software that an IT support specialist managing IT infrastructure needs to provide.
Oh. In any organization, the software that need to do their jobs is the software that is the software that an IT support specialist managing needs to provide. Okay, that's where I'm going.
Depending on the organization, you might need to get your users things like software development programs, word processing, graphical editors, finance software, and so on. Whatever software you provide, there are different things to consider when using it in a commercial setting that might not have crossed your mind when you've used a similar software personally. When you use
You're doing so under the agreement. Ah. Agreement of the developer's license. For example, when you use open source software, the license agreement usually says that it's free to use, share, and modify. When software is used by a customer, agreements say that only a specific person can use the software.
software, you're doing so under the agreement of the developer's license. For example, when you use open source software, the license agreement
says that it's free to use. All right, man, take it easy, and you too. Be thinking of some more conspiracies, man. I love talking that stuff, and like you, I can talk it all day. I've got hundreds of them. But I'll look forward to the next time you're on, man. I'll be streaming not tomorrow, but Sunday on the better half of it at about 3 p.m. I'm going to start a stream on me building a work table outside for me to start getting projects together in the garage. If you're interested in that, feel free to drop by. It'll be 3 p.m. my time, which is in 7 minutes from now today. But take it easy. Have a great day. Night. Have a great night. I know you're about to crash. Catch you on the next stream, brother. That only a specific person. Can use the software. That's it.
usually says that it's free to use, share, and modify. When software is used as a consumer, agreements can say that only a specific person can use the software.
Let's read that. In a business commercial setting, most software distributors have a separate agreement. In most cases, you can buy 10 licenses and then 10. Okay, so I'm gonna write all that into one. Yeah, that's gonna go into one. It scrolleth downeth like I'm scrolling down on your mom. Speaking of, let's make sure that well, good news is the rain's quit. Heck yeah. In a business or commercial setting. You know what? I'm having issues reading that. Can't do that. Full screen. Can I click that? It won't let me go up. In a business or nope, that's not it. Distributors. will have a separate agreement. In most cases, you can buy 10 licenses. And your company can use it. And your company can use it. If someone leaves the company, or doesn't need the software, or doesn't need the software anymore, you can take that take their license and give it to someone else in the company, and give it to Sure thing, Hex. Not a problem. You got me hired at $20 an hour? I'm there. Minimum 20. I'm there. That's what I've come up with, the number I need. $20 an hour. I mean, we can square it out at 18 as long as it gets me a job with the potential to be topped out, or the potential for a raise after 3 months once my production starts actually working. Not the potential for a raise, with the review of a raise to get me to 20 at the end of 3 months.
In a business or commercial setting, most software distributors will have a separate agreement. In most cases, you can buy 10 licenses and any 10 people in your company can use it. If someone leaves the company or doesn't need the software anymore, you can take their license and give it to someone else in the company. When considering software licenses, it's important to
After this one, I'm going to take a food break. I'm already hungry. Terms and agreements. For your play date. I don't think there's much ready you're going to have to do unless there's going to be more involved than just play. As a matter of fact, the less you wear will probably be better. Be less things for him to take off with his teeth. I got an idea, Hex. Put on lingerie, put on lingerie, put on a trench coat, and then put on clothing. Really confuse him. Show it and be like, give you something to strip. Or you can just wear lingerie underneath if you want to make it exciting. Then move forward with whatever option works best for your company. With whatever option works best with your I think whenever I get done with this, after I eat and stuff, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna need to write that down. I'm gonna do it this way so I don't waste that much paper.
To review the terms and agreements, then move forward with whatever.
So I don't hold you up too long, Hex. What time do you need to start getting ready? And let me ask you this. What time do you got to be out the door? Things get a little more.
Whatever option works best for your company. Things get a little more.
When it comes to cloud software services. We're on the same time zone, right? It's 3 o'clock where you're at, or is it already 4? I keep finding these dry spots. Oh boy, I asked 2 questions and you gave me a yes. I'm gonna assume it's the 3 o'clock one, and which means you got an hour for you got to be out of work. Nice. So he's gonna know you're just leaving work. So do you? Same time zone. I should make mention that because I've dove into so many other things, I don't have information about the world, like time zones, regions, things like that. I never got it. I didn't care for it. To me, it wasn't that important since to me things were going to change before I died anyways. How close does he live to you? Oh, that's perfect timing then.
More complicated when it comes to cloud software services.
I thought
You
you
might
worked.
have to deal with
I'll leave that alone. I'm not going to blast what I thought you work in uh, on a stream. But I was under the impression you did something else. Is I don't want to get caught on a tangent. You just caught me off guard when you said regions. And that's what you've been saying the whole time, and I've just not been fucking hearing it. Wouldn't that be something? And also think through. And also think through whether to purchase, add features. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? I work with customers across the US.
some of the same stipulations, and also think through whether to purchase added features for businesses and enterprises.
Give me 1 second. I'll respond to you. For some reason, I'm having problems speaking and thinking today. Worse than normal. Enterprises. Like dedicated. Dedicated customer service. Software used as a customer won't be the same. Won't be the same as software used as a business. As software used as a business. BUSINESS. I'm gonna do this. Software used as a customer won't be the same as software used as a business. I think I might have to possibly take a break. Well, no worries. So you work with customers across the entire US.
Enterprises, like dedicated customer support. Whatever method you use to provide software,
My
whether it's
triceps are
installing
still
software on
hurting.
every machine or utilizing cloud software services,
Thank you.
there's one thing to keep in
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna write this down, then I'm gonna get up and nuke my food. Web server security protocols. Web server security protocols. Show calls. Well, you already have once. I didn't mean to scream that. You already have once. But I think I misunderstood you because I was under the impression you did something with truckers. I thought the company you worked for was a ah yeah, no. Uh so that was the impression I was under. Okay. So somewhere along the lines I've got my wires crossed again when I was right to begin with. I confused my dang self. Awesome. Sounds about right. All right. Let's set this here. Here. I'll be popping this back in. That's not done yet. All right, Hex, give me just about 2 minutes to nuke my food, and I'll be right back after I scratch my lat. That hurt. It's official. I'm old, Hex. It hurts to move. So much. It's a good thing I got a whole bunch of like spare SATA cables and spare hard drives and spare RAM, and I'm gonna end up altering quite a bit of the motherboard I got to see if I can create something. If I can create something that I can sell it in the yard sale, I can take that board and some odds and end pieces and make something that can be sold. Well, I definitely feel old. If that counts, I definitely feel old. Yeah, I feel really old. But one thing that keeps me motivated and thinking that I'm not that old is the fact I have high energy levels. I halfway want them to slow down, my energy level, and I halfway want it to stay the same. I just I just don't want to get worse. What? Bursts of energy? Imagine running with the burst of energy all the time. You would be thankful for those little bursts of energy. It is kind of tiring. Hold on 1 second, Hex. I'm putting out another post. Fun fact about my play date, he has ADHD just like you. It makes me giggle. Oh God. We're a special breed. What makes it the funniest though is when you can wear your mask real well, which every ADHD person has a socially acceptable mask. It's the one you see most frequently on me. But whenever ADHD people uh, have a really good mask and then they break free from that mask for just a split second, and the people around them are caught off guard, like, "Oh, what the heck was that?" Just out of nowhere, you go from, "Yes, sir, that was a very exquisite experience." To, "Bro, have you seen this explosion?" Yeah, my conversations run everywhere. I think it's the standard for everybody with ADHD. We have like a whole bunch of TVs on in our head, and each one of those TVs has got a different channel. But we're sitting right dead in the center of all of them, just like watching. That quick, subjects can switch. But in our heads, it makes sense. Somewhere along the lines, what we were just talking about runs into this, or this right here has some kind of relevance to what we were just speaking about. So it's just our train of thought. It may just not run a straight line. We got side quests. I like side quests. I'm gonna go on a side quest later. I'm probably just gonna stream today until about maybe 4:30. Let's get these videos knocked out and maybe take this test and then I'll quit. And then I'm gonna start fiddling with that motherboard. If I can build that motherboard into a something, I might be able to sell it. I just have to make sure it works. You know, I didn't bother to see what its power supply was. It looks like it's a normal power supply. I did notice these pins on one side are bent over, like they've, like when he was taking it out, he slid it. So I'm gonna have to straighten all of the pins on the top. But they all look straightening able. They all look like I can straighten them. A few of them are a little off keister. I'll have to give the motherboard a little bit of TLC. Yeah. I may even take this off of it so I can really focus on those pins. Well, I'm going to have to take it off of it because I'm going to have to put a block on it. It's a little dirty right there, so it was for sure running up until the day you took it apart. I think I've got all these connections and stuff, all these SATA cables. If not, I've got extra SATA cables and other devices that I can strip. The only thing I really don't have access to is another power supply, so I may need to fidget with this thing in a baby PC. But it is going to be interesting to fidget with it. I'm genuinely excited. It's got a crap ton of USBs. It's got one display port and it's got one HDMI port. I got 4 USBs here, 2 here, 4 here. The bottom set are in red. I can't remember what that means, but I think it's, oh, that's a display port. And I'm not sure what the buttons are for. I think what I'm more excited about is I've got a spare graphics card. to see something funny, Hex? So, this is one of 2 graphics cards that came with my brother's computer. Pretty big, right? It's bigger than the motherboard. Let's see if it fits. No way. It took it. It took it. Please let go. May I have it back? Thank you, sir. That low profile design doesn't allow for those to be moved. That's hilarious is what it is. I love it. What's that? Yeah, I'll be excited to play with this thing. I'm going to have to do some care to it before I slap anything in, but what I didn't bother to tell that guy is I have a processor that I wasn't willing to get rid of. It was better than the i3 he wanted. It's the i5. It came out of my brother's computer. I had every intention of putting it back in it, but if I can get this going from his parts, I may sell one of my other PCs instead of this and use this as my streaming PC from now on in the bedroom. This is much smaller. It's got a lot more power. And I've got all kinds of pretties to put on it. Make it a open case. The only downside is this thing's monstrous in it. It's bigger than the actual case. I'd have to make room. But yeah, that's what I plan on doing. I've got all kinds of spare parts. Yeah, this is that processor I was telling you about. I didn't want to get rid of it because it was my brother's, so I didn't include it in with the picture. But it's an i5, 7600 i5. i5, 76K. Oh, it looks like it's still $100 to $200. Okay, so it's an excellent processor for anyone building a PC on a budget. Let's see if it fits. Where's my dummy holes? Dummy holes are on the top. There's my dummy holes. I don't think this is the right model. Or I'm putting it in upside down. No, this is not the right model. The notches are different. Yeah, this won't fit it. I'll have to find something else. It might have been that i3 I just got rid of. What's up, Jack? Glad to see you back. I've got this i5 I was gonna put in it, but it turns out the i5 I have won't fit. It's either a newer, it's probably a newer model. I'll need to find another i. But I was just testing this stuff, man, and I slapped a graphics card in it. And the spare graphics card I have is bigger than this. hmm Yeah, I was testing out the spare processor I have, but it won't work. I'll have to get a different one. It won't fit. Need one with slots just a little bit different. I'm gonna need a smaller one. What generation is mine? Oh, oh God, it is one. And it's just as expensive as my i5. It's a 6-core processor? Oh, it's a 10th gen. So that one. Yeah, those notches look right. That's much higher. Yeah, those notches look right. They moved the notches down. They look pretty easy. They're pretty cheap though. This one right here was just 20 bucks. Will all the threes work? They look like they all will. Okay, so what's the best 3 model? I'm assuming the higher the number, right? So I want to go 3340. That one. Is that the best one for the threes? i7. i7. 3770. Okay. It's a little more expensive, but still on the cheap side. Why did the K take it up some? Well, that'd be a lot easier to determine. Thank you for that, Jack. I've never really understood how Intel did their stuff. That's a relatively easy concept to understand. Well, I guess not for everybody. We have a little bit of knowledge into it. One of the downsides to this board, man, I just noticed one whole set of pins are laid over. They're not all the way down, but they're laid over. I'm going to have to straighten them back up. I didn't pick up on it until I got to looking at it more closely. I'd say it's probably from packaging it, but okay. So that's what you meant when you said unlocked. I was definitely going to get a K one. I just don't want to pay a whole lot of money for it. Where's the notches in that thing? So far, those are all 27s, those 37. Okay, let's check that one out. 357, 357, 225. Nope, it's not there. I don't want to go with AliExpress. $61. Well, that changed quick. What does S mean? You didn't say about S. I don't want a vanilla version. Yeah, as soon as I step it up to that, it goes up significantly. So what RAM is this? I'm assuming DDR3 since it's a few years old. Does it tell me on it? Yeah, that looks like 3. There's a lot of stuff that's going on in this thing so close together. S is performance optimized. So would K or S be a better option? Okay. What did I do with my Facebook? I must have moved Facebook. Where did I move it? I just opened up another one. Let's go Marketplace. I7 3770. There's $40, but it's a regular. Oh yeah, I need to take that stuff off Marketplace. Alright. Oh, there's Facebook. No, that wasn't a ramble. That made sense. That was also information I didn't know. I don't know what golden sample means. Essentially, they've maxed it out to the highest that they want you to have the capabilities of and then locked it down because the S is there. And that's the standard as like the golden ticket. Like this is the good guy. While you're responding to that, I'm gonna go put my food up, my empty container. I'm gonna go ahead and take it downstairs, get up, and stretch my legs a little bit. I'll be back in a second. wonder what an unstable chip acts like. Oh. Sometimes things have to die so other things can live. Worst case, burning a hole in your wallet and pocket. You want to know what burns a hole in my wallet? Anything. This $20 I have on me probably won't last very long. If you really want to go crazy with it, I'd suggest getting an old CPU and trying to overclock it to test its limits. For science. Okay. Okay. We can do that. But we're going to do it on stream. As long as that's alright. Death of peace of mind. You are not real. Yesterday, there was enough chat. I'll check that out here in just a minute. Oh, I already know how expensive building is. You ain't got to tell me that. I got a grip on how expensive building was when my buddy Steven showed me his quad-core processor liquid-cooled system back when that was all brand new. And told me what he dove into to pay for that thing. It cost him, now building it through Tiger Direct, it only cost him $600. But that was $600 from where I'm from. $600 is a lot of money. Heck, $6 is considered a good amount of money. If you got $6, you can go out and do something. 600. Wow. That we'll discuss our security services. Yeah. Well, I'm about to burst a little bit of a bubble. If you like the McDonald's fries, they only use a specific potato that's known for blemishes. It's called a russet potato. And to stop these blemishes, they spray chemicals on it. These chemicals are so hazardous to the potato and the humans and everybody around it that when they harvest these potatoes, they have to sit in a ventilated storage for 6 months to a year before they become before the poison becomes to the point where we can even eat it. And then they cut it up and sell it to us. All across the world, that's the only potato McDonald's uses is rusted potatoes. And to stop those blemishes, they coat them in chemicals. No one's allowed near them for a minimum of 6 months once they've been harvested because the air is poisonous in the area they're contained. Make your own fries, guys. I do it all the time. Sorry, I ruined y'all's potatoes, but I'd rather the people I talk to be educated than uneducated. I don't know anything about popcorn other than the fact when you apply butter to it in mass amounts of heat, it explodes. I do know if you throw a whole dried out ear of corn into a wood stove and close the door, it'll blow it up. Likewise with walnuts. If you take green walnuts and press them into a glass jar, and I mean really pack them in there, make it as tight as you can, and then seal it off, and I don't know, throw it in the back seat of a car that's exposed to the sun. In just a matter of a few days or maybe a week or two, those walnuts will have an explosive reaction and they'll blow up that car. A dietitian's going to take the biggest hit. So, if you ever want to actually know how to blow some stuff up, my favorite thing to create when I have downtime is napalm. And over the course of my life, I've figured out three ways of making it. Prior to learning the third way, I only knew two, with or without gunpowder, and with or without heat. The gunpowder requires heat. The without gunpowder does not require heat. Then I've discovered a third method. Whenever you want to know how to blow something up, pay me a visit. That's not something I'll openly discuss. Not on something that can be traced back to me. I also know how to make a few pipe bombs too, but that's pretty common knowledge. I know how to make a Hindenburg bomb, which is just simply Drano and aluminum foil, collect the gas, put a wick in it, light it on fire. It'll set the sky ablaze. Um, Specs. How do you burn a boiled egg? I also think you're full of she. I'm gonna go ahead and point that out. I bet you can do more than just boiling an egg. I don't know. I did know somebody that burnt water. Turns out if you boil it and let it completely evaporate, it leaves a black film at the bottom. Okay.
The last software services that we'll discuss are security services. Security is super important to all organizations.
Speaking of deviled eggs, has anybody here watched Resident Alien?
It's integrated into pretty much all aspects of an IT infrastructure service. We'll dive deeper into this in the last course on IT security. For now,
Okay. If you guys ever get a chance to, it's got Alan Tudyk in it. She's got there's a scene in there with a woman while they're trying to hide the egg, and she makes deviled eggs, and everybody seems to love them. And it was some special recipe. I was curious if Hex's deviled egg recipe has the same outcome as the reactions in that TV show. Wait a minute. Hex, you have to call your mom to boil eggs? I think you guys are gaslighting me. Different security protocols. That's what it means, right? Gaslighting? Joking? You suck at boiling eggs for real? Like, you just turn them on to boil, then walk away for 15 minutes. Come back, put them on ice. Put in place for all sorts of things. Why be the cook when you can be the eater? What else can you make, Hex? Any good desserts? Make a mean bowl of cereal.
Remember that there are lots of different security protocols that are put in place for all sorts of things, keeping data encrypted, authentication, etc. If you ever manage a web server that serves content to other users, you want to let them know that when they access your website, you're keeping their interaction with you as secure as possible. Let's say that you have an online bank account.
Okay, I'm gonna have to write every bit of that down.
Let's say
Let's say that you have an online bank account. That you're logging into. That you're logging into. Have fun, Hex. Don't forget the bowl. I think I wore off real quick, man. I think after this video, I'm gonna be done. My energy level just plummeted. Begin with HTTP. Possibly. Possibly. Hypertext transfer protocol. Hypertext text transfer protocol. I can smell my feet.
that you have an online bank account that you're logging into. The URL will most likely begin with an HTTPS. Remember that HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer.
I like comments like that, by the way. Yeah, bought I tip, but I'm big broke. Same here, bro. I feel you. I just made 20 and it's already spent. I ain't put it nowhere and it's already spent. I got to come up with $160, and that's gonna definitely help towards that to pay my bills next month, which is used to format. I technically have 60 bucks, but I have 20 that's emergency funds. I have 20 in all ones for the yard sale so I can have change, and I have the 20 I just made today. So the emergency funds needs to stay alone. That's if like um we're going somewhere and who knows, for some reason we got a hole in the tire, that's a patch, or I get in a car with somebody to go home and they run out of gas, there's gas, or just anything, man. Say I get mugged or something. They're not gonna just accept the fact I ain't got no money on me, so I gotta give them something. And I don't carry my gun with me whenever I leave to go to places unless I'm going out to interact with people in an environment where I feel unsafe, like going out to pick up free stuff. I get, despite the fact I go out and get free stuff all the time, I'm actually super paranoid about the entire interaction. I don't care if it's stolen. I can fix it if it's stolen. I can work around it. What I don't like is the people that's trying to get one over on me and rob me after I've tried to pay them.
Transfer protocol, which is used to format and transfer web content around the internet. When you enter in a URL,
I've heard the same thing. I've heard another one similar to it in Nashville. People are calling people, and it's a dating app. They're hitting people up in dating apps to meet at hotels. And now this is off topic, but it's kind of the same concept. They're hitting them up to meet at hotels, and then when they get there, a bunch of people jump them, sedate them, and then take their organs. And that was happening just right up the road in Nashville. They busted something at some hotel that they were doing it at. So it makes me nervous to just interact with people. I don't have to explain that to you. You know what boat I'm in. You're the same kind of human, I think. I don't know. Am I human? Are we actually at all human? Yeah, no, that's definitely messed up. You notice that the HTTP comes before everything else. Yeah, stuff like that. I don't blame you. You leaving?
You notice that the HTTP comes before everything else. HTTPS, or Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, is a secure version of HTTP.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the general, I don't know how to word that. The general care, I guess. I'm sorry, man. My brain's shutting down for some reason. I'm not processing at all. I don't know what just happened. It's flat out shutting down, man. Yeah, it does. It sure does. Which makes sure the communication, which makes sure the communication your web browser has with your web browser has with the website is secured through encryption with the website is secured through encryption. Cool. I think that's the first definition I've had in a while. Pow! I'm sure it does. My arms thank me too. I forgot to tell you, man, that first day I decided, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna start doing 6, 7, 8 hours a day. That first day I decided to do it, my forearm muscles right here were screaming at me all the way up until the moment I went to sleep. It was actually quite funny. I couldn't grip my pen. HTTP SSL. Secure State Link. I kind of understand what you just said. Just flubbing around, yeah. It felt like it was. This is because there are two protocols that enable us to use our there are two protocols. That enable us to make our web service secure. That enable us, where the hell am I? Us to make our web server secure. Web servers.
HTTPS is also referred to as HTTP over TLS or HTTP over SSL. This is because there are two protocols that enable us to make our web servers secure. The first is Transport Layer.
TLS. All right, it's getting close to time for me to take a phone call.
Layer Security Protocol, or TLS, which is the most popular way to keep communication secure over a network. TLS is widely used to keep web browsing secure, but it can be used in a lot of other applications too. The second protocol
All right. That's the phone call. I didn't get a chance to finish. I'll be back in a few, everybody. What up? What up? What up? Alright, let's get this last video knocked out. So it's been depreciated in favor of
is Secure Socket Layer Protocol, or SSL. It's a way of securing communication between a web server and client, but it's pretty old and insecure, so it's been deprecated in favor of TLS. You may still see its name being used to refer to the TLS protocol, like SSL/TLS. The two protocols are often
I do, actually. That was hell. Yeah, I only wrote down the stuff they threw on the screen and sometimes words they said. Now I'm writing down everything that seems like it's important. Oh goodness, there's no way I could finish the module. I just started. I've got all these. Each one of these comes with a whole list of videos. But now I'm going to finish this video and then I'm going to be done. My goal was to be done with this section, complete software services, and then take the test today. But dude, I've lost it. I don't have it anymore. I could probably finish it if yeah, the practice quiz is what I was talking about. I'm spent, man. Heck, I'm already 5 hours and 45 minutes into this stream. Whew. Yeah, I'm spent. Yeah, I mean that's probably the smart way to do it. I'm not very smart. I'm just like, let's get it. No, all or nothing.
Often used interchangeably. In fact, SSL version 3.0 was essentially TLS
I'm
version
almost done with
1.0,
this video
but
though.
TLS's new features and updates have made it more secure than SSL. So
So once I get done with this video, let me just hypothetically talk here. Once I get done with this video, if that next one, oh man, the next video doesn't matter. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do the practice quiz and then I'll be done. I got a little bit more writing. That'll put me at about 5:30, 30 minutes early. But I would have effectively knocked out this entire section today. I think I just did the top section yesterday. That one doesn't count. I barely wrote anything. I think I did this. So I've done all these today. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Okay. So if you're managing organizations, so if you're managing an organization's website on a server, how do you enable TLS on the server so that the site can be using, so that the site can be using HTTPS? Yes. HTTPS. While I was on the phone with Tiffany just then, I went in the bedroom and disassembled that little computer. Yeah, hiccups. Disassembled that little computer to see if I could take any of the parts, and sure enough, I did screw it up. I put my two 8 gig sticks. I gave the two 8 gig sticks to the kid, and I kept the ones that was in it, and they're 4 gig sticks, so I have 8 gigs of RAM. I'm gonna have to steal one from my gym computer. I think those are 8 gig sticks. I'll put it up to 12 gigs of RAM, assuming that they all run the same speed. It's okay. I mean, the trade is what got me the motherboard, so.
if you're managing an organization's website on a server, how do you enable TLS on the server so that the site can be using HTTPS? Well,
That's a lot of lines, bro. I don't know if I got enough. Well, we gonna try. Well, you need to get a digital certificate. You need to get a digital certificate. certificate. They won't be relatively similar. One will be a two channel 4 gig, and one will be a single channel 8 gig. They won't be relatively. If you're talking about the speed, you're talking about like the megahertz, 1333, or what was another one that used to be prevalent? 556. I think that's ammo. From an entity called. Oh, yes. It took me a minute to read that because every time I seen 10 millimeter, I thought of a socket. I don't know if there's a 10 millimeter gun, but it's a 9 mil.
You need to get a digital certificate
Wait,
of trust.
is there a 10 millimeter gun? I know there's a 25 caliber and a 24 caliber on top of the 22. 10. There is a 10 millimeter. Holy crap. Wow. Heck yeah. That explains why I kept reading it as a socket, not a bullet. The certificate. Authority. Oh, crap. How did you know about a 10 millimeter round and I didn't, Jack? Oh! Oh, you also didn't know there was a 10 millimeter bullet. That was just a happy coincidence. A certificate to your website. To your. Saying that I trust that you control the web server. Where did I see that? I lost it. And verifies.
From an entity called a certificate authority. The certificate authority grants a certificate to your website saying that it trusts that you control the web server and verify.
That's kind of funny. Who says playing video games won't teach you life lessons? That you are who you say you are. Once it does that, you can install the certificate on your web server. On your web server. That was a lot of abbreviation. But I finished it.
That you are who you say you are. Once it does that, you can install the certificate on your web server. That way, when users visit your site, they'll see the HTTPS in the URL instead of just HTTP. Think of certificates as a way to verify that something is trustworthy. Security is an integral part of IT, and it's not just the responsibility of security engineers.
Knowing what I know now, the advice I would give my younger self is to not be afraid to talk to people, because I'm very shy. And I think also, you know, my imposter syndrome tells me, don't look stupid, right? Don't ask dumb questions, don't ask silly questions, don't ask questions at all. And I think what I would tell myself is, do your research, do your reading, teach yourself and educate yourself. Continue to do that, but it will speed up the process so much faster. If you can find somebody you trust to collaborate with, to learn with, and to really find that good mentor, so that as a student you always have somebody that you can lean on.
That's what I'm looking
I have imposter
for.
syndrome every time I walk in the door. Yeah, every morning. Gosh, I'm going to work at Google. I have a meeting with the following people. I can't believe I'm having a meeting with the following people. And again, I just try hard to focus on what I really want to get out of it, what I want the outcome to be. Because even if it goes spectacularly wrong, I'm still going to have learned something. Once you have a few past you, it's going to feel better, right? And you're going to understand what the successes look like and how you get them. And you'll be able to repeat those patterns over and over again. But in the end, if you don't like doing that, or the outcomes don't sound interesting to you, find new outcomes, because you will eventually find that thing that really drives you and that you're passionate about.
What was the word of the day? Did you figure it out? Shoot. What are some communication services you can utilize in your organization? I don't think DNS was on that list. I flipped right past it. No, it's not used for sending, right? No, those two are right. Which one was the successor? Yeah, SSL was the successor, right? No. TLS is the successor. Did I have that completely backwards? Oh, sorry. SEPTA. SEPTA. Oh, SEPIA. SEPIA looks like walnut. Thank you, sir. On the one hundo. SEPIA looks like walnut. You like that look? reminds me of like old time. Oh, there's different shades. So like that. What the fuck is this? Is that a gear wound? That's for a well. That looks like the wheel that, yeah. So water mill mechanism. I don't think it's a drawbridge. I think it's actually a water wheel. That's just what it's connected to up top. I seen one when I went to Hidden Hollow in I think it was Gatlinburg. This thing? Oh, yeah. I think that's just where it's stationary for you to crank it. Because you see the same look right here. It looks like a crank. Well, here's a good representation. It looks old. Well, that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, sorry, Jack. Boom, boom, ba-da-dum, boom, ba-da-da-dum. Resentment. Da, 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 da. Meow, 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 meow. What are file services? Meow, 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 meow. Oh, no, we are done, Jack. No, I'm done. I just like to be prepared. I've got my next one in case my computer shuts down because of an update or something. I'll know where to jump back to. Preparations. I live my entire life by preparations. I prepare my morning the day before and everything, man. If I don't, I screw up. I don't like being a screw up. I wish you'd quit doing that. What is your malfunction? Good girl. Now stay still and go in your hole. There you go. All right. No, that's it, Jack. I'm probably gonna go build some stuff or fiddle with something, but I may end up playing a few games. If the chance does arise for me to play some games before crashing out, do you want to do some FPSs or something? I wanted to kind of give Fallout a try. I think I've only played New Vegas, if I'm being honest. Is that even one of the Fallouts? Yeah, I think I've only played New Vegas. No, it's this one. I've played this one. Maybe not. I don't remember seeing that. It's not 2. It might be this one. Oh, this is the only multiplayer? Okay. Well, assuming I have... I don't care your level. If you're worried about me not having fun because you're too strong, I never will happen. I don't care. A GC if that was a flex though. Heck yeah, I'm getting max level. But if you're worried about me, I don't care. I just like to play games with people, man. I don't like doing it by myself. I think of games like any other good addiction. If you do it by yourself, you have a problem. Like if that's all you want to do is just game by yourself, you have a problem mentally. That game was too hard for me to understand right at the rip. I would like to dive into it again with you, with help, but I think we need to be on voice chat so I can better understand everything. And then once I've had a better understanding of it, I'm going to dive back into it. It was too pretty. I liked it. I think I may want to change my weapon one more time. I want to try the gun. Um, but I liked it. It was fun. Up until Tiffany got home, I was having a blast. But I forgot to tell you, man, I just hopped off so fast. Um, okay, yeah. But the reason why I'm hopping off the computer as soon as she gets home is because we made an agreement about last month. And it's about 4 things we're going to start doing for the other person to kind of get closer to each other. And I've been dedicating a lot of time to this stuff. And a side effect of that is when she gets home, I'm normally still on this all the way up until we go to bed. So number 4 was have I logged off the computer when she gets home from work or school to spend time together. So when she gets home, it's an auto log off, no matter what I'm doing. It's going to be that way until our. Yeah, I've got a whole list of stuff, man. Number 1 is have I text her as soon as I woke up. I was getting slightly down on myself because I was the one putting in all the effort, and I just kind of stopped doing a lot of things. So I text her when I wake up. One of mine is that I gave her, have I sent him a picture of myself today? I was kind of missing getting those reminders that, she likes me. Here's my body. I hope you like it. So I just wake up and I shoot her a picture of myself. Number 2 is have I told her she's doing a good job? I don't even know why that's there. I tell her she's doing a good job every day. Number 3 is if I've asked her if she's doing okay emotionally. We're in the process of taking her off of antidepressants because they're numbing her. she's been numbed for a while, and she goes through major withdrawals when we step down a dose. And of course, number 4, have I logged off the computer when she gets home. So I wanted to send that to you, but I felt like it would have been just a little bit much at the time. It was no disrespect to you. She just got home and I had to get off. Yeah, I can take a picture of it and show you. It's up here so I can keep track of it. Yeah. I'm trying everything in the book to make sure that this works out. I'm just tired of dating. Good deal. All right, Jack. Well, I'm gonna hop off and build for a little bit. I think I'm gonna fidget with that computer and maybe fidget a little bit with some wood. I'm not sure. I appreciate it, man. I'm just gonna hop off and do some building and stuff. Um, I'm sure to get bored with that fairly quickly because I don't have enough parts to. Yeah, so I've already tested the processor, the one I have left. You already know that it ain't gonna work. And the other iModel processor I have is a 7. It's a 770, so it's the 7th gen, 770K. So I don't have the processor to put in it to see if it works, but I've got the ability to plug it all together and see if it'll at least come on. I may do that. I'm not sure. Let's do this one. I think that's what I originally built. What is it, 3.7 something? 3770. Okay, $175. Yeah, I won't be using that. I'm gonna try to get it for cheaper. I figure what I'll probably end up doing is just browsing for free things, free parts, and hoping I can stumble across something. I've got Facebook on this one. I like to browse in Marketplace. Let's go back. Search Marketplace. Electronics. Yeah, yeah. Nashville, Antioch. Okay, this is around me. I want to implement. How do I filter? Price, 0, max, 0. I don't think it really matters. All right, here's all the free stuff. Office machines, there's a fax, a printer. In Nashville, free TV box from moving. Where'd you see that? I know what you're talking about, but oh man, that would be perfect for me. Yeah, there's nothing in here for free. I just Facebook. I didn't even think about looking up Craigslist. Wait, what? Go away. Okay, I get it. I didn't want you to. What the fuck, dude? Craigslist. Oh, I'm right here. That's Nashville, right? No, this is Nashville. Was it electronics or computer parts? Computers. I got expensive fast. Does that say Fire Stick? Where do you see that? I don't see that option, Jack. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. So let's go back down to computer parts. Yeah, there's nothing here. Let's just look in electronics. Oh, wrong one. That's entertainment. Computers. Yeah, I'm not. That's awful old. There we go. Ha! Horseshoe, North Carolina. Alright, still showing up. Murfreesboro. That's the same board for 30 bucks. I feel it's a scam. It's the exact same motherboard for $30 cheaper. I think it's a scam. So I'm gonna find out. Send me pictures. There's a Dell motherboard. That's a big ol' i5 13600KF. What? What i7 is that? That's the 3700. There's one for 50. Oh, it's in Georgia. Wait, what? A free motherboard. It's a pity you're in Kentucky. That's kind of what I'm doing. I'm looking for free stuff. I'm looking at all this stuff, but I'm looking for free stuff. Somebody's delusional. There's a power supply for pretty cheap. How big are you? 550. That's not bad. You're trading a broken PC part for PC parts. The delusion of some people, man. Only the fan. No way. That's the same little guy I got in my PC, man. It doesn't require a power source. It just works. Oh, that's not it then. That was a power source right there. I got just a little bitty guy in my PC in the bedroom. Oh. At least I know. Well, no. Yeah, I'm not finding anything, man. I guess I'll just have to. I'm going out. I can tell you that I'm going out tomorrow, and I will be. Is it this one? I will be going to thrift stores and stuff. In the process of going to thrift stores, I will be looking for things that I can snag up and play with. When I do that, I'll let you know. But in the meantime, I'm getting off here. I gotta pee. I'm gonna start building stuff. I ain't got a whole lot of daylight left. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully I nab something nice. But take it easy, everybody. I'll be back on probably Sunday to stream me constructing stuff. And have a great day, everybody. Good night.